What is up? Give me one sec. Make sure everything's going well here. Um, let's see. Test, test. All right, cool. All right. Welcome, anyone who comes back to watch this. My name is Peyton. I am a diehard Tennessee Titans fan. Um, most years that the team actually doesn't get, half the team injured, I'm the guy that could tell you all 53 men on the active roster. Um, been a diehard fan for most of my life. So yeah, and NFL draft about to get kicked off here. Should be pretty exciting. Have no clue really what's going to happen. Bryce Young seems to be the lock-in number one, but even now the Panthers still kind of, rumors swirl. Will it be Levis actually? Will Stroud still go one? Or will Bryce Young, who's kind of been the front runner the last few weeks, will he end up being the number one pick? But main reason I want to go live this year is because the Titans are in a very interesting spot this year. So last season we went 7-3. Everything was riding smooth, and then just massive, massive injury problems killed the team. So once that happened, we lost 7 straight games, missed the playoffs, and found ourselves with a number 11 pick tonight. Highest pick we've had in a long time now, and most would expect this would be probably the highest we pick um, for a long time after this. So it's extremely interesting to see if Tennessee takes advantage of their situation this week, because, like I said, this is probably the highest they're going to pick for a while. So if you believe the franchise quarterback is there and you want one of the top dudes, you got to go get him. You got to go get him. So we'll see. Rumors have spread that Tennessee is in love with CJ Stroud, and if Stroud doesn't go in the top two picks, which very well could happen, um, let me mute this real quick. It could very much happen if he doesn't go top two. Talks have swirled with the Cardinals in Tennessee, so we'll see if Tennessee's aggressive. But who knows? I mean, we can very well watch, any minute here. We could see the Panthers pick, Young, and then Houston still ends up picking Stroud. We don't know. So that's what makes this extremely interesting. Um, Tennessee has also been rumored for other quarterbacks, Anthony Richardson, who's probably just a better prospect, a more athletic, younger version of Malik Willis, who they picked last year. Um, one of the most freaky quarterbacks ever to hit the draft. And then Will Levis. I'll just be honest. I'm not a Will Levis fan. If the Titans, no matter what happens, if they trade up or stay at home or even trade back and somehow get Will Levis, uh, it'll be one fun reaction for you guys. But um, I will not be a happy man. So we'll see, though. And you can't forget about Hendon Hooker. Um, Definitely most people's fifth quarterback out of the top five, but he has injury concerns and he is much older than other prospects, but the dude can ball. He showed that last year. So um, I would say he has risk, yes, but from what we've actually seen on the field so far, he's probably one of the better quarterbacks in this class. A lot of people are betting on Will Levis improvement. I just don't see it. If you want to see how I feel about Will Levis and why I'm a big disbeliever, I've watched a good bit of clips of his and everything, but the main clips I can't get over is his game against the Tennessee Volunteers this year. I mean, I get it. The Vols were really good this year, but man, Will Levis just did not look anything like a first round quarterback. He didn't look like a second round quarterback. He didn't look like a third round quarterback in that game. I just I can't justify picking him top 5. I can't justify picking him top 10. If Tennessee stays at home at 11 and picks them, I mean, it's not the worst pick in the world, but I it would take a while for me to get over the fact that Levis is a Titan. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Even though Tennessee has been all wrapped up with quarterbacks, and if you went and read my Facebook or Twitter post this week, my bold prediction was the Titans end up getting C.J. Stroud, Hendon Hooker, or Trey Lance before tomorrow night is over. Um, and I still believe that. I think Tennessee has looked way too much in quarterbacks, and I think they're going to end up getting one at some point. The question is when um, and who. But if I had to, if I could control the Titans tonight, unless Shroud falls to 3 and you don't have to give up the Trey Lance package to move up, because when the 49ers moved up to 3 from 12, they gave up a lot to do it. Um, if Tennessee were to move up to 3 and the deal is fair, I'd be probably good with that, especially if you can get Hopkins in that trade. That'd be pretty cool. Um, but if they offer too much, it's going to be a very risky move, no matter what quarterback it is. If they move up and it's Richardson, I think it's a risk as well. If they move up and Levis is a big L. But I think honestly, the move that I would want to make, unless like I said, the deal is good for number 3, is I would like Tennessee to move back in this draft. I just think there is a bunch of value in the second or third round this draft. There's so many players that would honestly probably be starters automatically for Tennessee this year. While this roster is good, there are holes, and there's some spots that there's some guys in day 2 or 3 that would start on this O line, and guys that were receiver that would start. Heck, there's cornerbacks that would compete. There's edge rushers that would probably start. Um, there's a very nice group of guys in that 2 to 3 range, and there's a lot of like value picks that of guys that I'm confident that will be worth a pick, if not a steal in that range. So I prefer moving back, getting more picks. If if you move back and you get a hidden hooker, I don't hate it. I'd actually be excited. I know I'm a Vols fan, but for the Titans, I would be pretty excited about it. Um, if you move back and you solidify the offense or get a wide receiver and get an edge, I'm also cool with that too, especially if you get those picks. I love the idea of trading a day 2 pick for Trey Lance. I just think Trey Lance, um, I mean, he was the number 3 pick for a reason. And when people want to point out guys for busting the NFL, most of the time it's well deserved. We've seen them play. They've had most of the time they've had good weapons. Sometimes people give up on guys even though they've not really had a fair shot. But Trey Lance, I mean, everybody's writing him off of a bus for the simple fact that he's only started 4 games. The dude's had injury concerns, yes, but there was a reason he's the number 3 pick. He's very talented, and Rand Carthon was from the 49ers. Um, so I just think it makes a lot of sense. I really do. So if Tennessee were to trade a second day pick, if they were to trade down in the first, gather more picks, and then use one of those picks on Trey Lance, I think it'd be awesome. I really do. At that point, you could probably move on from Malik. Tannehill would probably still start this year. I don't know. I don't know what they would do unless the offer for Tannehill is good. If they can get good trade value for him. But I think that gives you a really good like test person. I think you'd almost have to start Trey Lance. I was sort of thinking about it. So I don't know, but I do like the idea of Trey Lance because he's going to be cheaper for with draft capital. He's not going to cost you as much. So I like that idea, but we'll see. Iran Carthon was there when he was drafted, and you know they seem to have a good relationship. So, and it doesn't seem like the 49ers are going to carry on with Trey Lance. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes for him. That'll be an interesting player, I think, to watch more day two of the draft, not tonight. I I would be kind of surprised if Trey Lance is traded tonight. The only way I see Trey Lance being traded tonight is if the only way I really see it, I guess, is if the 49ers want to go ahead and like just get the pick. Like if, somebody who needs a quarterback passes early and wants Trey and they got the picks, they just go ahead and do it instead of waiting overnight. They just do it now. I mean, I just don't see him probably being involved in a trade like for a first round pick or anything. I mean, maybe he's in a package, but 49ers are so far back in the draft. I just don't see them trading up with Trey Lance and what they have to the first. So um, we'll see how it goes. I'm already getting messages. Um, but yeah, looks like the Panthers have 6 minutes until the pick is due. Um, Man, if I had to guess here, they're talking about Bryce Young. I just don't think there's any way that they've really faltered from the idea of Bryce Young. Um, I think Bryce Young is probably the safest option in this class. CJ Stroud is probably a close two. Both have been on the big stage and competed, and I love that when you evaluate quarterbacks. I think it's, while it's not the end of the world if you draft a quarterback who hasn't played in the big games, has played smaller competition. I think no matter who you've played, I think just you're turning on the tape and seeing them make plays is extremely important. And when they've done it against top competition, that's even more impressive. And Bryce Young and CJ Stroud have both played on the big stage and both made amazing plays. Both guys, I think, have a great chance of being um, elite quarterbacks in the league. Both have their the risk involved in them. Like Bryce Young, the main thing everybody gets him is for his height and size. So but I don't, I think if a guy can play, a guy can play. So I'm not too worried about Bryce Young here. Well, if Tennessee ended up with either of those two dudes, like I said, um, I don't think Bryce Young is possible. I think if Panthers some reason don't take him, I think Houston would run the card up for Bryce Young at number two. Um, but yeah, CJ Stroud and Bryce Young are two guys that I think you could build a franchise around and be really confident in. I think if you take Hooker, Levis, or Anthony Richardson, uh, much bigger risk. You're going to have to build around them. You're going to have to almost commit to them. Make sure you're building for their future. Um, so that's the difference in the quarterback prospects to me this season. You got the elite guys, and you got the guys that can be elite, but they have much more risk and have a much better chance of just being mediocre. Um, but we'll see. Anthony Richardson is definitely the boomer bust prospect of this draft. I could see Anthony Richardson blowing up in the NFL if he's in the right situation. I could also see him be a massive bust. Like I said before, he's probably the freakiest prospect we've seen come out um, in a long time, to be honest. So we'll see. I think Will Levis, like I said, I think he has Zach Wilson written all over him, to be honest. He's got that kind of, almost looks like the guy in a bit. He's got that attitude. He's got the same kind of things I just kind of seen in Zach Wilson. I wasn't a fan of Zach Wilson when he came out. Sure enough, he's a bust. Not a fan of Will Levis this year. I think there's too much risk and not enough reward with him because, like, I think there's a great chance he's a bust. I think there's an okay chance he's solid, and I think there's a small chance he's really elite. Whereas the other guys, all four of the other guys, I can argue there's a good chance they become elite. Hendon Hooker, I think, has, honestly, probably the biggest floor of anybody, though, is what's crazy about this class with everybody putting him at 5. I think worst case scenario, Hendon Hooker is probably like a Geno Smith kind of quarterback in the league. which would have been bad before last season. But I think Hidden Hooker, like at very worst, will be around a 20th starter in the league ish, like the 20s, maybe high teens, which sounds bad, but that's the floor. So, and I think you could probably with a guy around there. I think that's kind of where Tannehill is at this point. I mean, you can win Super Bowl with those guys if you have the right team around him, especially if the dude doesn't turn the ball over, and that's what Hendon Hooker was amazing at, is not turning the ball over. So if Hendon Hooker can keep that up, I think he has an extremely high floor. And while he's old, I don't think he has the craziest ceiling. I don't think he'll be like Patrick Mahomes or any of those guys. But I do like I think his range is like bottom of the top 10 quarterbacks and like bottom of the high teens of quarterbacks. So um, we'll see. Looks like we're about to get the first pick. So yeah, here we go. Bryce Young's prediction. If anything else, I'd be shocked. Bryce Young, Carolina Panthers, new quarterback. It's the right choice. I didn't see a world they didn't take Bryce Young number one, no matter what anyone said. I know the Will Levis rumors started coming out late and everything, but yeah, if you're gonna trade up before like as much as they did to go up to get a quarterback, you're going up for the sure thing. So it's definitely going to be C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young, and it's hard to pick between the two. But I like to pick a Bryce Young. I love my SEC quarterbacks, even though I don't have the best history. But the SEC is a fierce conference, and Bryce Young will be a great quarterback for Carolina. Crazy to see. I just saw it on the screen. First Alabama player drafted number one in common draft era. Alabama has had all of these super teams. Crazy prospects come out. Has dominated the college football world, and a lot of the players go on to dominate in the NFL. And yet, this is the very first one that's ever went first overall. So, congrats to Bryce Young. Very much deserved. Um, Happy for the guy. Uh, it's interesting to think that if he was about 10 to 20 pounds, probably heavier ish. I'd say 20, and then about 3 inches taller, we wouldn't even been talking about it. He'd been a guaranteed number one pick for a while. So no surprise there. Um, but here we go. This is where the draft really starts. That's the one pick of all like my mock drafts that I put out, like my mock draft. That was like, I'm pretty sure this will be the pick. That is really the only one I had full confidence in. So from here on out, this is where the draft really starts. Houston, I went bold and gave them the edge rusher at Texas Tech, Wilson, just because it sounds like they really like the dude. However, I think it'd be smarter for them to take a quarterback here. Stroud would make a lot of sense, and then trade up with 12. They really like Wilson. I think they could trade up to like 7 and get him with their 12th pick. So, yeah, I'm very interested here. I'd be shocked if they traded right here. I don't think they will. I don't think it makes any sense for Houston to trade here. Um, if they take Wilson or Will Anderson here, that's who I would assume would be the pick if it's not a quarterback, if it's not Stroud. If they pick a quarterback and it's not Stroud, I'll be extremely shocked because that is them putting a crazy amount of faith um, in either Will Levis or Anthony Richardson. Pick is in, so they did not trade. They have put in their pick. I have no idea how long my mic's been dead. Shout out to my mic for just randomly deciding to go off. Um, I was watching to see what Vrabel and them said. So they actually said they were targeting Peter. Um, they didn't think he'd be there. He was, so it made it pick easy. They like looked around just in case he wasn't there. Um, it makes sense. I mean, I like I said, I didn't think Peter would probably be there either. I think I had him going 7, probably that range. Um, I thought there was a good chance that the Bears could take him. Um, and Tennessee really couldn't afford to trade up. I already talked about how they don't have a lot of draft capital right now. So I like it. I like it. It's probably the most boring pick they could have made. I'm gonna be fully honest. Probably the most boring pick. However, it's probably the safest. I didn't think about that. Okay, so Detroit, if Detroit takes him here, that would be crazy because they passed on him multiple times and then say, okay, we're taking him here. I don't love that idea with quarterbacks, um, unless you're just really confident like they're going to be there. Like if you have a quarterback that you have a third round grade on, but you really like them, then it makes sense to pass on him like your first and second and try to get him like late second or whatever. You know, you try to get him right before you think his value or whatever. Unless you love him, then you might want to take him around early or whatever. But if you love a player, like you have a player that everybody has fifth round grade on, you don't take them in the freaking second or something. You wait a little bit. That makes sense. You don't wait too long, but you don't take them instantly. But if they thought he'd be here, may make sense. Gotta be a cornerback though. They are off the wall. Jack Campbell. I don't like that one at all. I really don't. I didn't think Jack Campbell was all that amazing. Detroit just had two really bad reaches for me. I think they took Gibbs about a dozen picks too early, and then like they should have took him here. And then I think they took Campbell probably about 15, 20 picks probably too early, in my opinion. Just me. So I think they're kind of losers. I don't. I don't know. I didn't think about, by the way, Tampa with Will Levis would make sense. They just sit like New England did with Mac Jones. I just have them fall in their lap. I could see it. Honestly, I think it's Will Levis or Branch from Alabama. I think it's Branch. Will Levis is the dark horse pick here. I'm pretty confident it's one or the other right here, though. Hmm. Hmm. So I want to say, I want to throw it out there. Um, the farther Will Levis falls, most likely the farther Hooker will fall. And if we get near the end of this first round and Hooker isn't drafted, watch out for a QB needy team to come up. And that's the thing I'm watching for Tennessee right now. It wouldn't shock me at all. I don't think they want to give out any more picks this year, but if they take 41 and move up, dozen picks, and have trade something else with it, let's see if Will Levis goes right here. Or if it's Branch. I was wrong. I was 99% sure that was Will Levis or Brian Branch. It made too much sense. It went Elijah Cansey. Cansey was probably the best player I think I didn't have mocked. I think I had him slide a little bit. If he hits, it's an amazing pick because he can be like the Aaron Donald comps. I see it. Um, I don't think he will be as good, but he has like the same kind of idea to his game. Um, wow, I'm surprised though. All right, so hmm, hmm. Hey, what I was going to throw out here. I could see Tennessee taking 41 if they really think Hooker could be that guy. I could see them trying to get a 50-year option on him and moving up to make sure they get him. Or it doesn't have to be Tennessee, someone else. If it's Tennessee, I can see them trying to keep the picks they have this year, though. So I could see them like trading number 2 and like a next year third, probably to move up for um, Hooker. I could see something like that. Um, only problem with something like that is Tennessee's really going to have to, if they go quarterback, whether it be Lance, if they trade for Lance, or if they trade up for Hooker at this point, if one of those two things happen, which my bold prediction in this draft was they would get Hooker or Lance at before the end of tomorrow night. If they get either of those, they're going to have to trade either Malik or Ryan for something because they're going to need some draft capital. Like, Tennessee needs some draft capital. Um, so yeah, that's the thing I'm worried about Tennessee here is the draft capital situation. Now, the good news for them, they can stay put at 41. And the wide receivers that should be there, you should be able to get a guy that's going to come in here and play day one, pretty much. Um, in 72, you either trade that for Lance or yet again, I mean, wide receiver still makes a lot of sense there. You probably get our O line in there. It's going to be good. At 41, you could wait to get wide receiver at 72. Maybe have somebody good there. And 41, you could go like edge. I think BJ Ojolari, I think I have him in a mock draft to us, makes a whole lot of sense around that range. Um, there's there's stuff out there that Tennessee could go get. I'm very interested to see how they use this now. It wouldn't shock me if they pick another O line, and it wouldn't shock me if they don't, because I mean you paid for Dillard, you draft Peter Skoronski, you paid for Brewer, you got the one dude to come in, and then Nicholas Steve Ferrer is pretty solid, and you've already used a high pick on Dylan Radins, a decently high pick, and he's actually looked good when he was playing. So I think it makes sense. It makes sense. Um, hmm, hmm. Why I keep predicting Tennessee quarterbacks? It wouldn't shock me off if they roll Tannehill for one more season because he can we can win with Tannehill. Develop Malik another season. He wasn't supposed to play last year. See what Malik can do. Don't give up on him just yet. And then next year go hard for quarterbacks. You don't because that's a strong class next year. I could really see that. Hmm. There's 30 seconds left before the timer's over. It's they kind of playing around here, Seattle. All right, pick them. Hmm. Hmm. So Seahawks here is interesting. Could this be Levis? Jackson Smith and Jigba will meet up in Seattle. Slid farther than I thought he would. I did not think there was really a good chance he'd get by around that 15 range. Um, I like his personality. He's a chill dude. Um, Sorry for Gino and Metcalf. Y'all lock it there as well. I mean, that's a good wide receiver in Cornell. All right. Well, Chargers tied in. Come on. I gotta get something right, right? See, now Tennessee is really desperate for a wide receiver. Like they don't want to wait till 41. It gets interesting here because there's a lot of good wide receivers that are available. The question is, which exact one does Tennessee want? They almost have to pick a wide receiver in this draft. Like, there's at least one. Like, honestly, a lot of wide receiver positions you could draft two, and it'd be like realistic for Tennessee at this point. Um, so it interests me. Hmm. It's gonna be a fun little bow right there. Witherspoon against Jack Smith and Jigba practice. All right. Man, it's crazy how long the first round is, man. I've been alive for 2.5 hours. I applaud anybody who comes and watches this. Wow. All right. This ain't a tackle. Come on now. Or, sorry, tight end. Tight end. Tight end. Minnesota 23, by the way. Will Levis. Really the last spot, like the last true spot that I can see Will Levis going in, unless somebody trades up for him tonight. Maybe Saints? Tight end. Quentin Johnston goes right after Jackson Smith and Jigba. And they picked him over. They picked him over Jordan Anderson and Zay Flowers and some other guys. He's a risky wide receiver. Very risky player. Very interesting pick by LA though. I predicted a like some help in the receiving game for Justin Herbert, but I wasn't fully thinking wide receiver. Hmm. They're saying what I'm thinking. So Ravens here. I think I had BJ go to them, or Bijan. Um, I just think help around Lamar. They finally paid him, so you're gonna pay him. You probably need to get him some more help. They don't have the best receiving core right now. I know I went Bijan because I thought he was just such good value at that point. But He's gone. Well gone. Atlanta. Still a shocker on that one. Really weird to think about. I mean, they got their Derrick Henry. Um, but yeah. Zay Flowers makes a lot of sense right here. Hmm. 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 Well, I want to note. Okay, so that trade earlier tonight, Houston traded their own first, not the Browns. They own Browns next year too. So yeah, so Cardinals got Houston's first round pick next year. Houston. So Houston's garbage next year. Which, I mean, let's get real. Titans should be back next year. Like they might not be crazy, but they're gonna be back. Um, Colts are gonna be solid. Jags are gonna be solid. I think Houston's the worst team in the division pretty well. So if Houston's the worst team in the South, how good are they really gonna be next year? Wait, man, I didn't see that. I just noticed something. It looked like they have like a quiet. My thing kind of okay. Anywho, all right. Um, dang, I didn't even forget. I was going on something there, but I'm interested to see this pick right here. Zay Flowers makes a lot of sense. Makes all the sense in the world. 3 wide receivers in a row. Oh, Ravens draft board like wasn't fuzzed out. You can actually see it. I'd like to see a picture of it because I didn't see it. I think they accidentally leaked the Ravens draft board, which would be crazy. Um, hmm. Hmm. I just watched the Titans fan react to Peter Skronsky. I don't see the hate there. Like it's not. I told you, like I said, it's probably the most boring pick that Tennessee could have made, but it was a necessary pick. So, hmm. Hmm. All right, here it is. The board has fell for the Vikings to make Will Levis their next quarterback. They won. If Will Levis doesn't go here, he's not going to go to Jacksonville. He's not going to go to the Giants. He's not going to go to Dallas. He's not going to go. Like you see the problems here. Like this is my problem with hitting Hooker at the end of the first. I really feel like these quarterbacks and fifth round options, you really want them and blah blah blah. But if Will Levis doesn't get taken here, where's he gonna go? Hmm. Hmm. This is part of the draft where it's like, man, it's kind of hard. Hmm. All right. Hmm. Hmm. This ain't quarterback. I mean, defense makes sense, but who? Probably a cornerback. If it's not Joey Porter or Banks, the DBs. And it's not Levis. I'd be surprised it's not one of those three. I think it's a golden spot for Levis, though, if the hype is so high on him. Count them. Four wide receivers in a row. Jordan Addison goes. Gets to go play with Justin Jefferson. Oh, no. Okay. So now, For the longest time, I thought Will Levis I was safe from. We've now entered back into Tennessee, probably being one of the more likely spots for him. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, because we got Jacksonville, Giants, Dallas. I'm trying to remember the rest. I mean, the only team left in the first round I think has any shot of taking a quarterback is the Saints. Wow. 4 in a row. The Giants trade up one pick. That's interesting. So they give the Jags 160 and 240 to go up a pick. So they were worried about someone getting taken. So they do the one pickup trade. Um, that's interesting. But for who? Hmm. So who could they take? The Giants at this point. I don't know. It's a hard one to mock now because the wide receivers are gone. Um, I don't really know. Hey, I say wide receivers are gone. My boy Jalen Hyde's there. But I just think for some reason he doesn't get the hype everybody else gets. So I don't know about it. Um, hmm, hmm. Brian Branch is still there, which is a surprise. Miles Murphy's still there, which is I mean, kind of surprise. Like we said, Banks is still there. Um, and Porter Jr. is still there. Nolan Smith is still there. I don't really know what the tight ends are still there. Let me skip over them, which I think Dallas is going to be a spot really for him there. Man, um, hmm, hmm, If Dallas doesn't take one of the two tight ends, I'd be absolutely shocked at this point. Like I don't think they ever thought either were going to be there. They let it starts with an S. He walked in the off season. Um, almost have to go tight end for Dallas now that Bank or Gibbs is gone. See, I want to give them a tight end, but I had them both gone. Well, both are still there. All the hype with the tight ends got fooled by that. Hmm. All right, Joey Porter Jr. kind of has to be for Giants here. Or Devontae Banks. Okay. Okay. But hmm. Interesting. Interesting selection there. Makes sense though. He's got the speed and the athleticism. Another trade. Jags trade pick. Are they trading again to the Bills? Okay, the Jags are playing like this weird. Okay, so they say it's unrealistic to trade like down one, then down two. And that's what the Jags just did. They went from 24-25, then went 25-27. Hmm. Joey Porter, one of the tight ends. Uh, Hyatt, Hyatt with Josh Allen's arm would be interesting. Um, hmm. And Jags this time, so they get wow, they got 160 and 240 to move back one. Then they get 130 to move back two. So they just got 130, 160, and 240 to move back three spots basically. Those are picks that they can pick people that can start for them, or they can package them and move back up, you know, easily to get somebody they want. So, see, that's kind of the trades that's kind of hoping Tennessee would make. They find somebody that would be willing to move, Tennessee move back just a little bit, get some draft capital. Would have been very, very nice. Instead, Tennessee is now in a situation where they sure have an earlier second and earlier third, obviously, but they have no fourth. Um, and they have holes they need to fill. So, what would be interesting is if like Ryan Tannehill gets traded or Malik gets traded or um, I'd hate to see it, but Derrick Henry or Kevin Byard makes sense. I would hate both of them because they're both probably our best players on both sides of the ball. Um, I'm just throwing out ways. How's Tennessee going to get draft capital? Because I don't see them going the whole draft of just with what they have. And that's the other thing. I'm sitting here talking about Head Hooker and Trey Lance. If you trade for one of them, you lose more picks. So you get into an interesting situation. However, Tennessee believes Peter Skoronsky is going to be that all pro, Pro Bowl type guard for the next decade for our team. A guy that has versatility to move out. They want. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. It sounds like him and Dillard are going to kind of battle. Probably when I'm inside, outside, one inside. Either way, they believe Peter Skronsky is that dude. Like fully believe it. It's a good pick. A line is way more important than you think in the NFL. Trust me, if you want to see how important O line is, turn on Dennis Daly's highlight reel from last season. Hmm. Well, okay. So, mm, a quarterback will be taken for the end of the night. Let me make that clear. I don't think Will Levis is going to fall the second. The question is now, who the heck is willing to trade up and come get him? Who likes him? Here comes the Bills pick. Jalen Hyatt would be wild. So they took a tight end. So they trade up in front of Dallas to kick tight end. Makes a lot of sense. I still think Dallas is going to pick a tight end here, though. Ugh. Hmm. All right. So we'll let the Will Levis story is interesting. I think the Nolan Smith, Joey Porter story is interesting too because it's two players that I think probably should win early. Or Miles Murphy's also an interesting one because um, like I feel like all those dudes could be top 15 picks. I hate that I didn't. My biggest regret with my mock draft right now is the fact that I didn't believe in. I believe too much in Houston and Indianapolis' smoke. They fooled me really bad. If I just go with what makes sense, I would have picked what happened. It makes a lot of sense that they go CJ Stroud. At that point, I still go. I no Trey. I give Cardinals Paris Johnson, and Colts I give Anthony Richardson. Um, so the problem is I can't really give Will Anderson to Houston. I wouldn't have predicted that trade. But if you'd have told me they were going to trade a three and they did what they just did, like tonight, that's what I would have guessed. So oh yeah, Brian Branch. Like I thought he was a pretty good player. Like he could win early. Problem was fit. It's hard to find. So I thought Tampa made a lot of sense, but he's yet again our player. Where's he going to go if you don't find him? I think Philly is probably sitting there at 37 right now, waiting. I think Nolan Smith would be crazy. They just get the whole Georgia pass rush, which I'd like to see. I think it'd be fun. This Philly D line would be insane. I think my mic has some sort of timer on tonight. I must be dying or something. It keeps going off. Um, Michael Mayer makes too much sense here. He just looks like a Dallas guy. What if Jerry just goes crazy? He takes. It'd be funny. Hmm. So here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing that's going to happen here now. So teams that need a quarterback, like who truly is left? Um, so hold on. So Carolina got their quarterback. Houston got their quarterback. Cardinals don't need it. Colts got a quarterback. Seahawks don't have to get a quarterback. They could. Same with the Lions. Raiders, same boat. Don't have to. All three teams could develop a guy. Don't have to though. I think Falcons are good with Ritter. Dallas picking tight end. Maybe Joey Porter. Wow. Wasn't ready for that one. Anywho, I'm gonna keep going. Interesting pick by Dallas. Um, very interesting player. Okay, but okay, so Falcons. I think they're good with Ritter. I don't think they're gonna. They wouldn't pick another mid rounder here. I don't think. See, Ritter actually showed promise for them. They like, unlike Willis for us. So Bears, no. Philly, no. Us, yes. We're in the market. Like I think Tennessee's a good, like a definitely in the market. Houston, like I said, no. Packers, no. New England, probably not. Jets, probably not. No, it's no. Washington, maybe. Maybe. They say like how, maybe. That makes sense though. Steelers, no. Buccaneers, maybe. Arizona Seahawks. Chargers, no. Ravens, no. Vikings, I thought they were in. Jags, no. Giants, no. Cowboys, no. Bills, no. Uh, Bengals, no. Saints, maybe. Probably not. I know I have Hooker going to him in the mock, but whatever. That was a bold. Philly, no. The Chiefs, no. There's not a lot of teams left. And there's two quarterbacks on the board that people think could be something in the NFL. So who decides that they need that guy? Got five more picks. Does Will Levis actually fall this first after I bit on the Colts at four? Could happen. Hmm. Hmm. Jags finally have picked. Jags fans thought they were picking 24. They thought they were picking at 25. Now they finally get to pick at 27. Um, we'll see. Oh man. Hmm. So, by the way, um, I still have a lot of faith in the Jalen Hyatt pick at Chiefs here. I'm surprised the tight end from Notre Dame hasn't went yet. Um, hmm. I think the big stories right now are the two quarterbacks, the main quarterbacks still on the board, and Nolan Smith, Joey Porter. I'm forgetting the last one. And probably the Notre Dame tight end. Like those are all players. Oh, and Murphy from Clemson. Hmm. So Jags take Anton Harrison, the tackle from Oklahoma, and I really think that banks on the fact that their tackle just got suspended. Interesting. Interesting. Running out of picks. Man, I'm tired. It's been a long draft. So I will say this for Tennessee. While I like the value at 41, there's a lot of players there. And while I also don't mind trading back, try to get more picks still, finding ways to get more picks. Levis or Hooker there at 41? Yeah, excuse me. Jesus Christ. Levis or Hooker at 41 is really enticing. Like, really enticing. If they can get Levis or Hooker at 41, like, wow, I've been hating on Levis. If you they don't believe in Willis, that's only if they don't believe in Willis. If they believe in Willis, still don't take him. But if you have something for Willis, you don't really want him anymore. Because I liked Willis as a pick. Don't get me wrong. Um, Malik Willis had that boomer bust level to him. He wasn't supposed to play last year. He has a great mindset. I don't mind rolling with it, Tannehill and him into week one. I'm just biting on the Titans rumors at quarterback. They almost got one tonight. Um, but what you call it? If you wait to 41 and get Hooker or Levis, like it kind of changes your opinion a little bit. Um, so that would be a little interesting. Hmm. Where's Cincy? Okay. Look. I didn't get the player right. I gave them Van Ness or whatever, but I had Murphy go to the Jags a few picks before this pick in my mock. I predicted the Bengals to go edge, so I'm pretty happy with that. Like I thought when I did the Jags pick, I was going edge for one of them, and I'm giving Murphy over Van Ness. Could have flipped that easy, and the other would like I would have gave whoever the other one what would have been left, which would have been Murphy right here. The Bengals. I like that pick. So we got three more picks. Philly, is now guaranteed themselves either Nolan Smith or Branch, and I think they take either one. Um, Pretty confident in that call. Saints could very much surprise a quarterback. Probably not, but I had it for fun. The mock draft, I thought Hen Hooker wouldn't leave. Um, hmm, this is interesting. Hmm. What do Saints do with the pick for or with the Sean Payton pick? Nothing yet. Here's the problem. I don't know if KC or Eagles trade out. I don't know if it's worth it for them. So somebody really wants that fifth year on a quarterback option. or a quarterback contract. We're about to find out. If you really want Will Levis or Hooker, like you really think they're going to be something, you just didn't want to draft them like that early. You have to come up and get them. Gotta get that fifth option. It's so important with quarterbacks having that extra year and having that option. You saw Lamar Jackson how important that was, and so hmm, hmm. Problem is, how much am I willing to go up? Here's the thing, though. This is the good news, Tennessee. You would think if somebody really wants Levis or Hooker, they trade up. Like we're talking about the guys, Raiders, the Lions, Seahawks. So like right at the beginning of the second round, they could afford to trade up a handful of picks to get that 50-year option. They would do that. They don't. That makes you feel like that they might not actually take them at all tomorrow. I know that's weird to say. Like why would they not take him? Later. Well, if you really believe he's that guy, you're going to try to get that option on him. Saints picks him. So we shall see on this one. So Branch or Nolan Smith will go next pick. Saints are always weird with drafting, so really could be anything. They like picking the most wild people. Um, they're a dark horse for quarterback. I didn't mock him quarterback for nothing. I get that Derek Carr. They could sit him behind Derek. Okay, so Brian Brzez's risky. So I like it though. They actually want somebody that has potential. He's a boomer bust for sure. Um, number one prospect out of high school. Injury problems for sure. Um, he showed potential when he's on the field. You just gotta stay healthy. Mm-mm. Hmm. Well, it's funny. The first next two picks have probably been the most confident I've been guessing picks the whole night after Young. This next pick will probably be Branch. If not, it'll be Nolan Smith. And the following pick, Jalen Howard. Hmm. Yeah, the Rams are interesting tomorrow. Matt Stafford's getting older, injury problems. I mean, I loved Matthew Stafford, and he got him a Super Bowl, but is he going to be that dude again? So Eagles are taking a while this pick, which tells me they probably are having calls. Hmm. So Brian Branch fits so well with Philly, okay? And I think he's the better player of the two, but Nolan Smith would be awesome. Like just as a football fan, Georgia would be living it up in the Philly. We're talking about the two D tackles, an edge rusher, and Jacoby Dean, the linebacker, the chief of the defense when he was healthy at Georgia. And when he was looking up at the quarterback, three of the four dudes that are on the line, standing in front of him, would be it'd be insane to think about. That would be like the connection of those guys and everything. That would be awesome to see in the NFL. So we'll see. They're talking me into Nolan Smith right here. I think it's going to be a Nolan Smith. Just because it feels like a Philly thing to do. It's a weird logo. I ain't never seen that. If it's not Nolan Smith or Branch, I'd be absolutely shocked. I give up at that point. It's Dude Perfect. What the heck? Dude Perfect? What the? What? Good job by Dude Perfect there. Wow. The Georgia Eagles. The Georgia Eagles. They're gonna go get Ringo tomorrow. They could. They could. They could. If they get Ringo tomorrow, I swear. Wow. I stayed here just in case, because I could see the realistic possibility of Titans trading up for a quarterback. The draft, the first round here, a Lamar Jackson type trade. However, I don't see it happening, no matter it's Tennessee or anybody, because I think the Chiefs. I don't think they're gonna do their fans like that. Host the draft and trade the last pick. I don't think they're gonna do it. And I think Jalen Hyatt makes so much sense here. I will say if Jalen doesn't get picked here, um, I mean Tennessee talks about how they want speed really bad, like Titans. Man, some guy to watch tomorrow for. That'd be awesome. Like, I get it. Jalen Hyatt needs work. Like he needs to add some more to his game, but that'd be an insane pick. Jordan Davis is the guy I couldn't remember his name. That's wild. They're carrying the Super Bowl trophies over, which tells me I don't think they're going to trade this pick. So I think Will Levis has officially slid out the first round. Crazy first round. No surprise, was unpredictable. Um, Funny enough, like I said, I think the first pick was the most obvious. And if they go Hyatt, the last two were the most obvious. I know I don't think I didn't mock. Who did I mock Eagles? I think I had Nolan Smith well gone. Yeah, Will McDonald. See, he went a little earlier than I thought. Um, but yeah, I mean that's crazy. Funny enough, I think the besides if they pick Hyatt here, besides the two last picks and the first pick, I think the most obvious pick of the draft next would honestly probably be us and Peter Skoronsky. There was a lot of surprises tonight. A lot of teams did not go the way I thought they would. Um, but I saw us taking Peter Skoronsky. He made a lot of sense. I knew he wasn't the most exciting choice, but everybody's screaming for JSN. I don't think the value is there. Like he's just a slot guy. We need somebody speedster. Um, we don't need to draft another Burks. He's not Burks. He's more crafty or anything. But yeah, they're taking their time. So Chiefs are either milking this for their fans or picks in. Okay, this one was on the phone for a second, so I was wondering what was going on. So Will Levis officially not a first round quarterback. Same with Hayden Hooker. Part of me hopes it's Jalen Hyatt, so I'm right, and him and Patrick Mahomes would be wild. The other part of me hopes I'm wrong though, because I don't want Jalen Hyatt on the Chiefs. Because if he doesn't go to the Chiefs, I think he becomes a real possibility for us at 41. They want speed. I'm trying to think of anybody else. I mean, they talked about a couple of edges and everything, but I just think Chiefs love their. I think they just like their targets for Mahomes, and I think they'd probably go here one. Plus speed. Hmm. Well, maybe you think Indianapolis take Levis anyways. Have him and Anderson or Anthony Richardson ballot out. That'd be funny. I'm just trying to think. Where could they go now? And Will Levis will go first, most likely. You would think. So where does Hidden Hooker go now? Sleeper. By the way, I'll throw Sleeper out. Georgia tight end. Daniel Washington, I think is his first name. Freaky tight end. Jason Kelsey's getting older, or Travis Kelsey, sorry. Um, Freaky tight end would have production being tied to anyways. I could see it. I could see it. Here we go. BPA also makes sense. Joey Porter hasn't been picked yet, which is kind of wild. It's another one that's getting overshadowed by Will Levis. Last pick of the draft. It's gonna be about a 4 hour stream when it's all said and done. Anyone who sees this, thank you. I thought he was gonna take longer to announce it. Um, that's cool. Huh. Huh. All right. So they took Felix Azama, which is really cool because I didn't know it, but he's from Kansas State or Kansas City, a local guy, edge rusher, huge upside. Love the pick. That's cool. It's a cool pick. Cool position of need. They just let what's his face? Gosh dang, I forget his name. Frank Cart. He walked in the off season. Um, so very cool pick. Um, Joey Porter Jr., Will Levis, both surprises. Thought for sure they'd go tonight. Um, Michael Mayer, um, that's a surprise too. Brian Branch, is another surprise. I mean, I had him going 19 my mock. He's still there. He's a hard one to scheme fit for, but it's part of it. Yeah, just what a night. Bunch of surprises. Three quarterbacks go. All three first four picks. Um, and two of them go to our division rivals. So, hey, we'll see. Um, hmm. All right. Well, my thoughts entering day two of the draft for the Titans. Um, so you get Peter Sharonsky. You have now solidified the O lineman with a massive, massive help. You probably still need another O lineman at some point. Maybe. Excuse Excuse me. I mean, getting a guy like that makes it so you don't have to get another one. But huge wide receivers. I just saw a list I want to bring up here of guys I like as part of this list. Entering day two, Tennessee really needs a wide receiver still. If they don't want to go quarterback, they want to roll Malik and Tannehill, or Trey Lance. I'll throw that out there. He's still on the board. Um, but if they don't go quarterback at 41, I really think wide receivers kind of a have to. It makes too much sense. Um, but Jalen Hyatt, Jonathan Mingo, I like those guys a lot. Marvin Mims Jr. is an awesome player, a lot of speed. JT Perry fits like Tennessee's style, but I'm not huge. Cedric Tillman's another volunteer that I think is going to be really good in the NFL, way better than people think. The problem is, I don't know if he's kind of like a Traylon Burks type wide receiver. I don't know if we really need that. Josh Downs is a little speedster. I kind of like Josh Downs if we want to go slot. But dream picks for me in Tennessee tomorrow. I might be biased. I still like Hooker at 41. I picked him in the mock draft for a reason. I think he fits really well. Learn behind Tannehill. Our GM didn't pick Willis, so he's not entitled to inclined to keep him here and believe in him. If he doesn't, I like Hooker in the system. Funny enough, I mean, yet again, I know the balls, but I like how they fit our system. Jalen Hyatt, that's the speed receiver we really need. Um, I think it makes a lot of sense. Marlon Mims might be more of a day three or third round draft tomorrow, pick tomorrow. Um, you could trade down round two and get him. I think that makes sense too. Tank Dell's interesting. Um, Tyler Scott was mentioned at Tennessee a lot. It's another speedster. There's a lot of guys that Tennessee could go after. 41, I would like Hyatt. I wouldn't mind Mingo. I think it'd be cool. I think he's kind of an AJ Brown clone. Um, Hyatt not going first round, like that's kind of the dude you really look at. It's kind of like, whoa, wow. Jalen Hyatt fell. That's interesting. Um, just some very, very, very interesting. Um, hmm, I don't know. Grading Tennessee's draft tonight. Um, I mean, you honestly got to give it a B plus. I mean, there's no way you can't. I think it's probably a pick that even just 2 years from now, you'll be like, yes, that was awesome, good job. Um, but I very safe. Like I think I saw some people talking about it. Some first time GM or someone mentioned. Um, I heard Titans. I don't know what they're talking about, but they mentioned that first time GMs like it's all about hitting home runs in your first draft or whatever in your first pick in the NFL draft. For you really just want to hit that double, like that's kind of your goal. Get a safe pick. Um, there you go. Okay, talking about Tennessee. Anyways, um, hit that double, and Peter Skronsky is that double, and probably is gonna be better than that. But his floor is extremely, extremely high. I think he's like no joke, probably one of if not my safest picks in the draft was Peter Skronsky. The problem I had with it is just the excitement of other things, in the draft. Like the O line's boring. Okay, I've seen the Titans take all kinds of O linemen, and a lot of them have been bust. However, this is like one of those ones that's like, this dude's gonna be good. So while it's probably one of the most boring picks Tennessee could have made right there. It's probably one of those ones you look back on. You're really thankful that we did when it's all said and done. So, welcome to Nashville, Peter Scroncy. Really excited. I think you're going to really help. Derrick Henry's got to be excited. Our quarterback, whoever's playing's got to be excited because that O lineman was terrible last season, and we're doing stuff to help improve it. Multiple new starters on it. I think it's going to be well improved, especially with you here. So, very good pick. Um, it's not the craziest pick. They explored to go get Stroud, and we'll see how CJ works out for the Houston. They fooled us. Um, but here's the good news for Tennessee, though. Next year's QB class is awesome. So you could very, very, very realistically just roll with Malik and Tannehill. See if Malik can develop. If he can't, we'll look next year. If he can, it's awesome. Um, because you're not in any you're not forced to do anything with either your quarterbacks right now. So I mean, you can roll what you got and be okay. So um, yeah. They also, I said, could get Hooker or they could go Will Levis in the second. And while I hated Will Levis because where I thought he was going to have to be picked by us, we could have got all these other guys, Peter Skronsky or anything else. And that sounds like a terrible idea, like picking Will Levis or any of those dudes. Now, I still don't love it. I'm sitting here trying to talk Will Levis up. I still, at 41, even if we got him there, I still wouldn't love it because it tells me Tennessee didn't believe in him at 11. See, Hooker makes sense because it was an overpick there. But 11, like that was realistic to take Levis, and you didn't. So that tells me he's probably not on their board or he's really low. Maybe, hopefully. If you take him at 41, that just tells me that, I don't know, either really love Peter Skronsky that much, which could be the case, and just didn't feel like you had to take Willis. But then again, why would you try to trade up? So um, you could have took an edge rusher at 11. You could have took wide receiver. I didn't love wide receiver value there. You could have traded back. Trading back, I still think was the way. You trade back and then you get a steal with around 17ish or whatever. Love that, especially if we'd had an extra second or third round pick right now. Would have loved the extra pick. But hey, you probably don't get Peter Skronsky at that point, and that is the player that we didn't want to lose. So I don't blame him. Um, so it's a B plus. Like there are better results I think that could have happened. Were they realistic? I don't know. However, I really didn't think we were going to say 11. But if you're going to say 11, you know, I think they took a guy that they thought was supposed to be gone. Like I think he was probably a top 7 player in their draft board ish, and they thought he was going to be gone before then. So that's why they said it was an easy pick. Um, so I think they have a lot of faith that he's kind of like Quentin Nelson. So if they believe that, I'm gonna believe them with them, and I think there's a good chance of it. So that's why I'm gonna give it a B plus. We'll see what Tennessee does tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big day for Tennessee because after tomorrow, Tennessee doesn't have that fourth, so they have a fifth, sixth, and seventh, and it's gonna be hard for them to get the players around there that they're gonna need. Like those are, depth chart filling positions at that point, not really starters or anything. So I will say late in the draft, we'll talk about tomorrow. It would be interesting if they decided to go for a um, Stetson Bennett, like the fifth or so, or something like that. But we'll see. Um, but wish list for tomorrow, short wish list off the top of my head. Jalen Hyatt would be awesome for second round. BJ, um, uh, he's LSU pass rusher. I picked him in the mock draft. I would like him at 41. I think he's very much like I mean, 41, I believe, is the pick we picked Harold Landry with when we drafted him. And he reminds me a lot of Harold Landry. He can draw him for coverage, he can rush. I think I think he's a great prospect for us. I think he fits right in. So I'd like that pick. But I like those two a lot. I think both of those would be awesome. Um, I talk about Mingo. I think if they want AJ back, well, there you go. Draft Mingo because I think he's going to be a poor man's AJ kind of. He could be just as good as me. AJ, we'll see, but he's very, very, very similar to AJ. It's kind of scary. Like the comp there is school and everything. It's scary. Um, but I like him. Marvin Mims, uh, Junior or whatever. I don't love him at 41. I'd rather trade back and get him, or if you can get him at 72, run that to that up. If you didn't pick a wide receiver at 41, Tyler Scott's also a great wide receiver. That third pick, or third round pick. Um, yeah, if you can get in Hooker, if you're going to get a quarterback, Hooker at 41 is awesome value in my opinion. Like you take a really realistic chance at a franchise quarterback that has a high floor. Um, that seems pretty good to me. So we'll see. Um, yeah, it's going to be an interesting start tomorrow. You're going to have people contacting Steelers straight up. There's going to be a lot of conversation overnight. Like it's a while to the next round starts. So um, either way, it was a crazy night, crazy trades, crazy picks. And if I had to pick a winner of the draft, it's probably Philadelphia. They're able to get a guy that is a top three talent, should be top five prospect, even with the overall problems on the field, and Carter, and they get him at 9. And then Nolan Smith, we're kind of basing on his upside. I thought he could go to them at 10 realistically. I had him going at 20 on my mock, but even then, like it's kind of a player that I didn't think was going to go later than I thought there was like no way he got by mid 20s. I really thought he was going to go between 10 and 20, like 10 earliest, 20 latest realistically. They got him at 30, and they built up like an amazing like Georgia line. I will say, oh yeah, so um, Seahawks. I mean, I like how we're mentioning all the double pick teams, but Seahawks had a really good one too. They got a lockdown cornerback to add to Walton, and then they were able to wait, and Jackson Smith and Jigba ends up falling to him, which is an awesome pick for them. So if I had to pick winners, Philadelphia and um, Philadelphia and the Seahawks are probably first, like winner number one, and then Seahawks two. And the loser, I'm gonna say the Lions. Like I said, they just super reach 2 players. We're talking about a player dozen picks early in Gibbs, and then a player that I'm still saying like 15, 20 picks early in Campbell. Um, just not a big fan of it. To have to get another winner for a single pick team, uh, I would say probably New England. Getting Gonzalez, him falling like that was really good for them. It's a really impressive pick. Great scheme fit. Um, lose. Oh yeah. Let me another winner. My bad. Let me. I'm actually going to put them 1 because of how impressive it was. I'm going to put Arizona at 1 before Philly, even with Philly's crazy draft. Yeah, that's tough. Maybe not. The value though they got. That's the thing though. But Philly got great value. It's a tie. Those are 1A, 1B, and the Seahawks at 3. Patriots honorable mention. But just the fact they were able to move back 3 spots, and they moved up like 20 spots like in the middle of the draft. Um, they basically did that. Lost a fourth this year though, or no. They lost a late pick this year, but they pretty much ended up adding like for moving back 3 spots. They basically added a first and third next year, and they're Houston, which those picks are going to be probably really good. That's incredible for moving back 3 spots overall. That is an incredible haul for Arizona. They still got their guy and everything. So awesome drafting there by Arizona, Philly, and Seahawks. Honorable mention New England. Loser is the Lions. If I had to pick one pick I didn't like, that was a single pick. I don't know. Lions just kind of lost this bad. Um, Trying to think through the draft. Maybe maybe Washington for taking the Mississippi State kid over Gonzalez. That might be an L. Might be an L. That's the only. And that's reaching. There wasn't really many bad picks. There's just unexpected picks. Um. So yeah, I mean, Also, I'll mention the Jags for being able to trade down a couple times and getting picks for barely doing anything. I mean, it's pretty impressive. So, um, yeah. Other than that, that's all I got for the first round. Overall conclusion: crazy night. Titans get a B plus. We'll take it. Scary that the division we got to face Lawrence twice, CJ Stroud twice, and Anthony Richardson twice. However, we still got Mike Vrabel, and I believe in him and Rand Carthon. They know what they're doing. Um, so I got faith in my Titans. I feel good about it. We got a big day tomorrow, massive day tomorrow, because the first round, even though I said it's unpredictable, for Tennessee, after we got past us not trading up, it became predictable. Like, well, I guess we could, debate if we are going to trade up or down, but it became predictable. If they were going to stay put, like Peter Skronsky was one of the guys I mentioned, and there was a really good chance at him. That's who they took. But tomorrow, 41, like it all depends who falls. Same with 72. It all depends what Tennessee wants to do. So we'll see. I mean, they will. When we get back here tomorrow, there are 10 picks, 11 picks ish, 10, 11 picks before Tennessee picks. So not a lot. And if they want to move up, like they really think somebody's falling, they really want to get make sure, like Hyatt, they can afford it at that point. It's not too much to move at that point. So we shall see. But for that, other than that, it's been fun. I am tired. It's been over 4 hours. Um, but yeah, if anybody comes back to watch this or sees the end, 'cause I'm kind of really, to be honest, I'm kind of just live streaming this from a reaction, anything crazy, or if I want to go back and clip anything. Um, but for anybody who actually comes back and watches this, thank you so much. I haven't really talked about it, but I'm gonna try to start streaming stuff more often. I know I race a lot in iRacing, and I'd like to do that. I think it'd be exciting and fun to add to the channel. Um, my mic tries to turn off one more time before the end here. As a spoiler, but anywho, um, but yeah, the channel, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if I'm gonna live stream tomorrow. I might quickly come up if Tennessee does something, or when we pick and then go back offline. We'll see. But either way, it was really fun. I've never done this before, never, streamed the draft or anything, but I absolutely love the draft every year. It's so exciting. And yeah, glad I got to do this. It was a fun, exciting little thing here. Fun to get a break from school, I guess. And yeah, so thank you all so much. Um, as always, tighten up, and we'll see what the Titans do tomorrow. And everybody take care and have a good rest of your day. Stay safe. And God bless.